Sorry about that. Hey, welcome back to my stream. And I'm trying to here. Let's actually minimize this so that way I can see the chat and being tool script and all. It should be able to. Something's wrong. Hold on a sec. Chair. This blanket's just a blanket, so it slides down if I move in the chair. Anywho, I originally put it on because the chair stunk like latex or whatever, vinyl or whatever it is. Left it on ever since. Okay, so the fact that rooms are tool scripts, like there's a script attached. See, it's currently running in the editor. So I would think I should be able to modify, considering that the room script, exposes all these, right? Exports them, label, origin, ID. I should be able to change those in the editor here. It should reflect in the editor, but it doesn't for some weird reason. Because it is a tool script. Okay, so let's pull this up, and actually I can make this bigger. Oops. We'll leave it like that. That'll be fine. Uh, let's go to Grok. Like I've been having such great success with Grok. Um, so I have this. So here's my current source. Okay, wait. I haven't explained to this conversation yet what I'm using. So I'm using Redot 3, which is a fork of Redot 4.3. And I created a scene that displays rooms in editor, and it's a tool map, and also the room is a class off of node 2D that's also a tool script. And actually, probably the door will need to be a tool script also. Which means to me it should be running in the editor, which means it should technically be able to modify the text in the inspector, and it should reflect editor map, correct? Okay. So we're going to find out why it's not updating in real time like I expect it to. But first we'll see what it says before I give it anything. You guys seen setup? I don't have a tile map. You assumed I had tile map, which is fine. Let's see. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I guess I should have go. Whoop. What the? That's supposed to be desktop. Oh, I must have. Wait a second. F1? No? F2. What's F3 then? F3's please wait. Okay. So I accidentally hit F3. Mic is still on. Good, good, good. Okay, now that I'm asking why it doesn't update an editor map, but I haven't really actually given it anything. So what I'm going to do here in just a second is I'm going to give it the text for each of the script files, and then I'm going to give it a screenshot of the editor. Uh, okay. Well, firstly, okay, I'm not using a tool map. Should have just asked me for more information instead of coming up with something on your own that doesn't exist. Um, the room is just a concept, more or less. I'm building an adventure game in phases, working on a choose your own adventure to start, and the framework is up and running. I've created a special scene called editor map, which displays the rooms in the 2D workspace. Special scene, okay. The room itself is just a descendant of node descendant node 2D, and it has a few fields such as ID, label, origin, source room, description, their export variables. Let me pull up a few GDScript files and a screenshot to let you know what I'm doing. Please wait for a moment while I pull the relevant data. I do kind of want it to respond though. See, it's not generating a response here. Hello? Okay. So I am going to copy the script directly. Let's see here. Okay. Um, Maybe I'll go ahead and add the uh, select all, copy, doing it here. Oops, excuse me. Custom save plugin. Actually, I should just do a, I should call it something else other than custom save plugin because it's. I think I'm gonna go ahead and add the things to be able to add and remove rooms, and like I'll use it as kind of a catch-all for each of the extra features that I need as buttons. So is now for the screenshot. The 2D map. Screenshot. Oh, look at a window. Take screenshot. Cancel. Take screenshot. Okay, copy the clipboard. This one shouldn't have been that long. I didn't have that much stuff in it, so I don't know why it would hang or whatever. So I usually find that these seem to hang a lot if you have like too much text or too much extra stuff. See how it seems to be kind of chugging right there? And pardon me, again, sleepy. Part of it is because I'm taking a Benadryl because allergies. It's possible I need to change out the air filter, at least. I recently done it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't need to do it again. It's probably saying that I need to actually update via script, update the actual text via script, which is really what that should be doing if I'm messing with the if I'm messing with the variable. So I'm not sure what the deal is. So we'll see what Greg we'll see what Grok says at the end here. Okay, so what does this say? It's gonna have a lot of extra explanation stuff that I didn't want, but Project Goal, you're building a choose your own adventure game, Fork of Godot, Redot. Starting text-based framework, rooms are conceptual nodes, properties. Okay, room class extends node 2D marked as tool. Has properties, ID, origin, label, and description, multi-line string, visual representation, a panel with a V-box container containing the name, label, room name, description, label, truncated description. Oh, pardon me. Set up visuals, creates this UI structure, and updates the description label with a truncated version. Yeah. Loads all the rooms from JSON and displays them to your workspace. Added under children in a rooms node. Saves in metadata files and be saved when you press save via the plugin. Handles runtime room switching, not directly relevant to the editor issue. Screenshot shows the editor map. Open the editor. Rooms made with multiple room instances. Since room is a tool script, you expect that when you modify the description field, it should update immediately, reflect the new description after turning. However, this isn't happening, and you're trying to figure out why. The description property is exported, right? So it's editable in the inspector, correct? No mechanism in root.gd to detect when the description changes in the editor and trigger an update to the description label. I thought it would do that automatically, though. Tool scripts don't automatically rerun all logic when property changes. You need to explicitly handle property changes using a setter or the set method. Set visual method is only called when a room is added to the editor map. Creates panel. That's the however set visuals isn't called again when the description changes in the inspector, so the description label isn't updated. I have to look at that one tutorial for making the adventure game when he sets up the tool script, because he's got a thing where you can modify it and then it automatically updates. Isn't called again when description changes in the inspector, so the description label isn't updated. No setter for description. You've defined description exported variable, but it lacks a setter. Change the description in the inspector. Don't trigger any logic to update. Even if the text is updated, the editor might need a nudge to redraw the UI, and the label usually redraw automatically when their properties change, but it's worth ensuring that the update is visible. Add a setter. So, in other words, what's going on here? And actually, it didn't explain it properly. In fact, add a setter. Yeah, set and get. You have to do something special for setter in there. You have to do both set and get, and then um, it will use that no matter what. It won't set it automatically anymore. Or what I should say is it always uses the getter and setter methods. So, and I kind of realized what happened now. So basically, the variable is getting updated. Oh, I wonder. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Let's go to YouTube. Well, actually, I think I should have it in the tutorials delete. The watched. Uh, retro text adventure. And of course, I have to find the relevant tutorial. Creating exits between rooms. How to use tool scripts. How to use tool scripts should be the deal. So let me check that out for a quick sec. Oh, I should probably here. Let's do something real quick. Let's go to this and let's mute it. Okay. What the? Why do I have to? That's weird. I wonder if it should still be streaming though, but why would it suddenly do that? It should be already in there. It is, but that is weird. Everything seems to be working here, right? Let's see if I'm just wondering how long it is. I'm looking at the YouTube stream. Okay, that's quite a bit of lag, but that's okay. Live, and that's probably just fine. Okay. All right. I don't know why he did that, but whatever. It seems to be working all right. Okay, so for right now, the audio is off, so the desktop audio is off, so you aren't going to hear this audio here. But I need to check, and I need to see what he did, if he did the same thing, because basically, I just kind of realized now what happened there, and that is, well, no. It should still do it. I exported it to the inspector, so if I do it to if I do it to the inspector, the labels and stuff is still I'm not actually modifying the label, right? So if I was if instead I was making the label the actual text, it would have automatically updated, right? So if instead of having, for instance, description, I had the description label and I was directly modifying the description label. I don't know. Yeah, that's probably right. But here, let me check this out. So you won't hear anything. You'll just see something. And if you're seeing this set get thing here, I'm sure you didn't hear the audio, but he's talking about using setters and getters. So apparently you have to use setters and getters at least to be able to modify it, and then probably I have to further modify it. So this is a string variable, and which means it's still in the same line as mine. So we'll see what he does. Okay, so his room name is actually a. It's not showing that in the room name text. So this is actually a label. In fact, I can see the little icon on here. So he's actually modifying the label directly. Now, uh, that means you have to manually update the. And I don't know what the deal about using setter and getter thing here, but I can just go ahead and do that. It's a slightly different syntax than it was, and I can make these setters, and then I have to actually modify the label, and I can update that in real time. See, I didn't think that's what you had to do. He does have this variable that's exported. That means that you can access it in the inspector. That doesn't mean that it's going to update on the screen unless you have a way to update it. So I can either look at Grok's example, or I can try to figure out on my own how to set this up. I should be able to find a way of getting the that's interesting. I should be able to get some sort of a handle on the label though. And label's a local variable to set up visuals, so I'm going to need to actually make it a class level variable. And then whenever I set it, whenever I set the text, like here, he should have a line that sets the room name to the new name. This is up here. This other text line is actually setting the text of the label. So that's where my error comes in, which is good because I can figure out how to do this and it will update it. Um, Now, as far as truncating the text, I have to look in my code here. Um, well, let me actually go ahead and go through and look at what Grok says. So now that I've actually figured out on my own what's going on and what I should be doing. Okay. Adding a setter, update description label, right? Return safeguard only run in the editor. Description label equals get node or null panel VBox. Okay. Huh. Okay. Okay, that works. Set up visuals, right? Adds the stuff. Um, Added set equals set description to the description export. Okay. And that's a colon, is it? All right. That's cool. At least I figured it out. I already had an idea before, and I was kind of right. So, right. Find the description label node and updates its text with the truncated description and calls key redraw. If the panel already exists, when the room's it calls update description label to ensure the label reflects the current description. Oh, okay. When you change description in the script inspector, Redot calls set description. Set description triggers update description label, which updates the description label text with the new truncated description. Since this happens in the editor, checked via engine is editor hint, the change is reflected immediately in the 2D workspace. And you know what? I'm going to actually do some zoom functionality too, I think, later. And it's not going to be like a regular, like, zoom in like you can do in, like, a paint program or something. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have either via button or like when you select it, it's going to pop up a like a full screen daily that shows all the room details so that you can view it, maybe even edit it. Like I said, I might do an editor thing where I actually put an input box on both the name and the on both the label and the description. So that way you can modify the description in real time. You can see it, what's there, and then you can edit it. And I might do that. You can already do that in the inspector, though. So to start, I'm going to do that. I'm burping a lot because I just ate some pizza for breakfast, basically. Pizza for breakfast, right? Good stuff. Okay. Uh, Set description triggers update description. Okay. Since this happens in the editor, the changes reflect the media in 2D workspace. Test and the fix. Replace relevant sections. Excuse me. Select a room in the inspector. Modify the description field. Change it to something shorter or longer. Check the description label in the 2D workspace updates. Like short description. The description label should update to show. Okay. If you want changes to also update the UI, you can add settings for those properties in a similar way. Yeah, I only exposed it not so that I could change it really. I mean, I ended up changing it in the actual scene file, but there was something that I needed for it to be exposed for. I'm not gonna be messing with it though. That said, if changes the description, the inspector weren't triggering any logic to upgrade the description label. Setup visuals only ran once when the room was added. The scenes of subsequent changes to description had no effect on the UI. Okay, so we are going to do that first. So save is going to save the custom metadata, and we're going to save the new description, and we're going to save the new the new title, the new label. Actually, I wonder something though. Let me check here. Okay, so label Cerulean 1. I think. Let me think for a second. Is the ID? I'm just wondering if I should change the name, because Grok is kind of right. If I change the ID, the name stays the same, but you might want it to reflect the name, which drops the location number. If I do change that, then huh, it's like if I change it, I have to change the whole file name and everything because it's using that as the file name. That is something I have to consider. Hmm. Kind of not sure how I want to do this, how I want to do it. If I change the ID, basically, it's got to change the ID on file. It's got to change the file name too. I'm not really sure how I should handle that. Honestly, why is see? Is anybody chatting in here? No. Anybody chatting in here? No. Okay. Um, I mostly did that to make it easier. There's okay, so there's one thing I could do that it takes a little bit more work to do, but it shouldn't necessarily be that hard, which is I don't know if there is a way to rename if you rename files in GDScript. I assume there's probably a way to do it, but if not, I would have to create a new file with the same info and save it. But the other thing I'd have to do is I'd have to update all the references. So I'd have to save the name, the ID, then you change it. Once you change it, um, do you do it at the change or do you do it when you save? If you do it when you save, then you have a chance to essentially undo it by not saving it. So you not save it, you undo it, and it's back to the way it was. So then if I type to save, then it might be better if you do it just when you're saving. So basically what would happen is you go in there, you'd either rename the name part, um, should you rename the name part separately? because they're intrinsically linked. I don't allow I I wouldn't allow you to rename to I would not allow you to modify the label, and the label will display. Maybe the label's the only thing that displays there because the location number is intrinsically linked with the location name. So the number is just kind of for me, sort of, and kind of make sure that it's unique and whatever. So if I do the deal with having you rename you rename the ID, and what happens is not only does it have to rename the ID, it's got to rename the label to reflect what the ID says, and then it's got to actually rename the file, make sure and then it's got to go through all the other files and find out if any of them reference the old name. If they reference the old name, update them and then save them as well. That'll be a whole big thing. In fact, the saving will kind of be a big thing. So, what I should probably do is I should probably work on the description thing. Then I should work on the save code that will actually save the description to the file. Then I can work on doing the thing like renaming the ID if I want to. And renaming the ID should actually modify the label text as well. So you rename it when it updates the actual ID, it updates the label as well, which is fine. I think that's how I can do it. Okay, let's just go ahead and work on the thing here. Okay, cancel. That's not what. Control S doesn't really matter. Okay, so I need to go into room. Okay, first I need to go to script, then I need to go to room. Up at the room. Set up visuals. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is colon. Yeah, I know. Set equals description. Set description not found. Okay, so it recognizes that. So it's actually doing that correctly, which is good. We'll put that up to here. We're just going to copy these directly. I want to see if there's actually any change when I reload. And let's see if this works. It just does. And so the setter is what did it. The thing about remaking the panel, it doesn't actually need to do that because this does the work for it. Awesome, right? That seems to work. or rescue your princess. Or become a great and powerful wizard. Or stay at one of our very many fine hotels. Control S. And this should not be in here, although I can... So here, let's save room. Oh. Editor map 22. There's something wrong with editor map 22. Honestly, not sure. I was hoping to be done the end of April. It's looking like May now, at least for phase 1. Invalid index of 1 on a base object of type. Okay, let's go into the script, editor map script. 22. Oh. Okay, that is something I did not. Okay, let's yeah, let's go into the we're gonna take out the meta files and this .meta, see? Delete that. Okay, create file name from room. We're just gonna do a quickie extract file name from room. Two of two matches. There's the actual function, and then there is that. File name equals room dot id plus meta. Clear that. Scene, reload. To the save scene. No errors. Okay. Okay. Those changes didn't take place, but that's alright. Save metadata. Scene, reload, save scene. Reload. And it reloads it properly. See? Okay, everything is good there. Okay, let's go back to Grok real quick. I didn't need to modify visuals for it to work. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Actually, I'm going to do a debug print myself. I want to see if it's actually... Where's the room node? Oh, description equals new description. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, okay. Hmm. Okay, the custom save sends a button pressed. Okay, that's fine. That means an editor map to save something. Create meta file, save metadata for room. Okay. This actually calls it twice, and in a sense you almost don't need it. File access, file exists, file name. If the file's there, then just save it. If not, also create it and then save it. I need to do it in here somewhere. Let's see. Let's see. Could almost do the same thing. And that is, it will do all of them. So instead of file name, I could make it extracted file name. Where's extracted file name? That's only on the save button press. I see. I am actually. Let's refresh that. Chat. Okay. So I'll have to think about that for a few minutes. I'm going to. This is not an actual break here, so I'm gonna go ahead and be right back because I need to use the restroom and yeah. So I'll be right back. I tend to leave the mic on, and the actual this is actually still moving. See, so give me, I don't know, give me a few minutes, 5 minutes maybe, but I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, so we have a not really dilemma here exactly, but really I have to decide what kind of functionality I want here. Um, okay, so it's like okay, so what functionality do I want here? Now I can already change the description, right? I should write the code to save it, which is basically the same as the meta code, except for it's not meta. It's put in there, and you're gonna find description in there, and then let's see. What I should do is I should write a code that will actually assemble the JSON sort of new, like instead of going in there and replacing. Now, when it replaces, it's going to replace something, but instead of just going in there and trying to replace a small piece and then resaving it, I'm going to reconstruct the whole JSON file, which is actually will be pretty helpful when I actually yeah, it'll be pretty helpful later, I think. It's just a slow brain day today, I think. File access get metadata equals this. Objective file name. Oh, okay, let's go back here again. Okay, there's something funky here. Create shouldn't work. Load metadata calls it. Huh. What I'm doing, I'm staring at this. Um, okay, so let's do something here. Let's delete the meta files first. Let's clear out this thing out. Let's go to 2D, and we're going to resave this. Meta file created successfully, then saved, right? Now, that means these are all created. Now, if I hit save again, let's move this a little bit. I hit save again. Somehow it calls create anyways. It shouldn't call create if, weird. It should not call create at all if the file name already exists. Okay. Uh, 1, save button pressed. 2, the actual file. 3, save metadata for room. Oh, data for room. Print and load metadata for room func. File name equals. Now let's find the other one. Oh. Save button pressed. Let's go to UApp. Let's clear it. Let's save it. This create stuff shouldn't fire at all. Now, if I do this, okay, so I do this and I do save meta file created successfully. I don't know why. Meta file created successfully. This seems to be the key. Oops. Successfully. Okay, so so what it does is it goes into. I see. This still goes in the create new meta file folder, but if it's already a if it already ends with in meta, that means it's okay. If a file exists, this is the open file. Okay, my battery's not working today for some reason. Um, boy. I'm gonna get that much done today, huh? I mean, I did get that one part done, so I can consider that, but my brain does not want to go. What I'm trying to do is, I mean, I found out what is happening. So if we go back to script, go back to the create function. So the create function is called each time. So if it ends with JSON, then you replace that with the meta file. Okay, let's think for a second. If it ends with meta, it doesn't go through the rest of the thing, and that's kind of how we kind of separated it out. The logic being, file exists. Okay. Meta path. So it replaces it with meta, and if it says, okay, I see kind of what I did here. If the file doesn't exist, do all this stuff. In other words, if the meta file doesn't exist, we want to create it and stuff. Yeah, this is only for error. We're creating a new file for writing, right? So actually, what happens is it checks to see if the file exists, the meta file. If it doesn't exist, then we create it. So this is creating it, and then this is populating it. If it does exist, just exit, right? I'm doing some redundancy here somewhere, and I can't figure out where I'm doing it at. Apologies for today's stream being so crappy right now. I did wake up. I mean, I did go to bed at a reasonable hour, so it's not exactly that. It's kind of it's kind of that my sleep schedule still isn't great, but it's also because I'm running on Benadryl, and I don't. It just doesn't want to play along today. I want to make sure it doesn't ever go into the create function, right? So create. I'm going to do from this print in load meta data for room. Okay, so the only time it fires is just before it calls create new meta file. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to go into here, we're going to save room data, create room position, extract the file name. Okay, it does not. Okay, it didn't do it in the load metadata for room. That also means it's probably superfluous to put that there. The little else statement probably isn't going to help anything. Wait a second. Can I control Z undo? Oh. What am I thinking? Oh, 44, right. 42 is the last one. And these are just in order. Okay. So, so let's do this again, right? Okay, it already existed. It goes there. The create meta file isn't from there. Actually, it's only in save, I think. So, load metadata for room never calls create new meta file. which means I don't need this extra else here, which is fine. But right now, since they don't exist, I want to save it once. I want to see what happens. Meta file created successfully. Save. Room position extracted. Okay, so going into create. All right, script. So let's just go ahead and we're gonna move it. We're gonna remove this else. So we go in there. It already exists, right? It doesn't do anything. If we remove these and we click save. All right. So no matter what, create is called. Okay. So and create is called every time you hit the button, which is what we want, right? Okay. So we got two things. Create. Okay. So let's do something here. Print. Save metadata for room. Excel. Let's check this out. Save. Okay, save metadata for room. Work. Let's see some errors. Where's all my print statements here? Map ready. Create. Print metapath. Metafile created successfully cannot be created. Print save. Room position. Save metadata for room. Load. Print. Print. Okay. On save button pressed. That. Okay. There it exists. Save it. Okay. And then what happens if I delete? Okay. Kind of what I thought. If file exists file name, and the file name is the meta file name, save data. Let's do some here. Is this ever called? Rent. Save. Save meta. Here, save meta. TD. We don't have a save meta there. And we also don't have a save meta here. So this is never called. If meta exists, save the data anyways. If meta doesn't exist, create it. Let's do the thing here then. Reload. Save scene. Huh. I gotta figure this stupid thing out. I'm gonna go take on my Exzel break. Sorry about that. I'm gonna figure this out though. I'm not sure what the actual deal is because it's not coming in here at all. We save it, we get rooms, we go file name room ID dot meta. I don't know. Okay, well, nobody's probably watching me anyway, so that's cool. I'm gonna go on my break and I'll be back in a bit. My actual break. Okay, I'm back. Not that it matters, because there's probably nobody in here. That's alright. My brain just did not want to work earlier. Okay, so really all I'm trying to do is there's some redundancy here, and there's nothing wrong really, but it's running through the creation function, and of course it's not creating anything because the, see that? Okay, file name is room ID plus dot meta. Okay, so let's do this again. These are the meta files. Delete. What? Good deal. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to save room metadata. Okay. That, metadata file created successfully, extracted file name. That's all right. That's fine. Now, if we go back to script, save meta isn't being called, right? No save meta is save created successfully. Okay, right. Okay, so let's do save without, let's hit this again. Let's go all the way to the top here. Create, save, create. Okay, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out why. Okay. File name. Okay, so let's do this thing again. Let's remove the meta files. Delete. Let's clear this out. Print. Save button pressed. File save button pressed. File name. Colon. It doesn't really matter what exactly I do, but that. Okay, so let's go ahead to 2D and let's just go ahead, and there's no meta files in here. I'm saving it as if I'm creating new ones, and click. Save button pressed, right? Now that they're there, let's see what happens when I hit this again. Save button pressed. Okay. So no matter what, the save button is pressed. How come save meta isn't in there? File access, file exist, file name. Let's not worry about extracted file name. We can put this right after every room. That's okay. Print, create, then save. Okay. Reload. Save scene. Okay, let's do this. Let's check. The meta files are there. That's okay. We're going to go to 2D. We're going to just click it after they're saved. Create then save. Okay, so that is because they're already existing. So let's delete these. Then let's clear this out. Let's hit save again. And we'll see if it still says create then save. Create then save. They're both saying create then save. So I mean I understand it's going through every time, but why is it going through every time? Maybe I should show this to Grok because maybe he can tell me how come it's doing that. The file name. Because I go through every single room. Room in rooms.getChildren. Create and save. File doesn't exist. I think I understand what the problem is. Or do I? File exist. Oh, because I don't put the dang stupid rooms on the end of it. That's the problem. The problem is the room's older. Okay. See. Right. File name equals OB plus. Okay. Reload. Save scene. Now when we go to this and That is there. Save room metadata. Save metadata for room. Create. Metafile cannot be created. Something's still not working right here. Hey, Rook. I'm trying to figure out why the code is acting all funky. I mean, it's doing what it's supposed to, sort of. Let's do something here real quick. Let's save it. Save button fresh. Save metadata for room. Create. And why would it be going into create? Oh. Okay, so it's not working. The save is not working. When I have the other way, the save works, but it goes through the create every time. Save metadata for room. It's probably adding the extra dilly and so it can't create it because now now that it's going through here, it's trying to add the path. Okay. So I have to decide whether or not I want to add the full path up here at front, or if I want to add the full path in the function. So that's where I'm having the problem. See, it was checking to see if the file name existed. It needs the full path for the file name to exist. Maybe I'll ask Grok here. Okay, well, I'm having trouble with deciding where to add the full path and just a file name. So this code always goes to the okay. So when I press the save button and run the callback runs, it checks the file name and extension, but not the full path. So it never goes to save metadata for room by itself. It always goes so it always thinks the file name isn't there because I didn't feed the full path. Now, when I do feed the full path, the save metadata for room function executes, but then it can't find the file either because it adds the full path. Res / rooms. The question I'm having so in that function it adds the full path, so then it looks like res / rooms / file name that meta can actually be /res / rooms /. The question is, where is the best place to provide the full path, and where should I just provide the file name? I basically want to check to see if there's meta file for a JSON file, and if there isn't, then it can create it. But if it already exists, then it doesn't have to create a new file. Just some advice, and you don't need a real deep analysis, but just give me an idea of how best to assemble file names from the top down, or do I pass a file name and then within the functions create a full path, if that makes any sense? Did Grok write it? Grok partly wrote it, but it's not actually Grok's problem. And I kind of did it myself based on the other save and load code. So the problem is just where do I place the full path, right? So I have the file name. So if I put the file name through, it never goes to the one function, and it always goes to the creation function first. It doesn't have to create it because it's already created, and then it does like normal. But it was giving me this output where it said it went into the creation function, which it doesn't need to do. So once I added the full path to that, now it goes into the save metadata function, but the save metadata function already says we'll add this path on there. So now it's got double path on there. So it's just like, okay, so what do? Do I make sure that the full path is completely on the top and just to like assume it all the way through, or or do I assemble it after the fact? And I'm guessing it's going to be top down would be the best approach. So I have to kind of redo these here. I understand the issue you're dealing with. The file path handling, specifically in editor map, is meant to check and save meta files for each room. The problem arises because of inconsistent handling of file paths. Sometimes you're passing the file name, and sometimes the full path, leading to issues like duplicated paths or failed file checks. You want to check if meta file exists for JSON file, create if it doesn't exist, update if it does, avoid path duplication, ensure consistent file access. Let's break this down. General advice on file path handling. Res project root are used to resource access. Consistent path handling is key to avoid errors. Here's a general principle. Separate file name and path construction. At the top level, save button press, work with just the file name, e.g. Okay, in the lower level functions, construct the full path by prepending the directory to the file name. This ensures you're not accidentally duplicating paths and makes the code more maintainable. Check for existence with full path. When checking if file exists, always use the full path, because Godot Redot needs the full path to locate the file in the project. Avoid duplicating the directory. If the function receives a file name and adds a directory prefix, ensure the input file name doesn't already include the directory. Strip the directory if needed, using get file to extract the file name from the path. Centralized directory logic. Define the directory path in one place as a constant in editor map.gd and use it consistently across functions to avoid hardcoding it multiple times. Recommended approach. Adjust your code to handle paths consistently. On save button press, generate the file name without the path. Pass the file name to the lower level functions. Let the lower level functions handle constructing the full path. Okay. Alright, take the file name's input, construct the full path by prepending, use the full path for file operations, file access, file open. Add a constant for the directory, rooms directory, to ensure consistency. And I probably will use my own code, but I wanted to know the best. Yeah, I can. And the thing about breakpoints is this is an editor. This is a tool script, and so it runs in the editor, which means I can't do a normal breakpoint. I have to do it with print statements, debugging statements, or else I have to do some sort of fancy. There's some fancy way to run where it runs it with the debugger, the editor with the debugger, and then I could probably do it with that. I don't really know how to do that, or I don't know what it entails and everything. So right now I've just been using debug print statements basically. Okay. At the file operation constructs the full path. Pass file names, not full paths, unless the function explicitly needs a full path. Then document it clearly. Okay. Let's see if I can do that. I don't have that much time now left, but I'll figure this out now. Okay, so I'll go ahead and I don't really know that much about constants in GDScript either, so I'll just make it a var. It doesn't really matter because I'm not going to change it any, and I'll just straight up use it. Var uh, actually, what did it call it? Which is interesting because I wasn't going to use it, but I am going to use it. A room's okay, okay, just const like your regular const. It's been years since I did any like real programming, right? Not that this isn't real programming, but you know what I mean. Const rooms, sure, okay, equals res / rooms. That okay, that's the first thing. Second thing here is we're just going to pass the file name. Okay. So let's do the file name like I was doing, except for rooms dir plus file name. That way, this will go in there, and I still get to do the thing in here. Okay. Create new file name. Save metadata for room. Okay, so let's go to save metadata for room. Okay. Then it's going to go ahead and okay. So instead of meta path equals file name, which I don't need to do it that ways now, I'm gonna do it a little bit simpler. I'm just gonna say file access rooms directory plus file name, like so. And then we're just gonna get rid of meta path here. Like that. Meta path not declared. Where is meta path? Right. Well, actually, I guess well, I could have because it's the wrong one. It's a long one, right? So let's just do this again. Meta path equals rooms dir plus rooms plus file name. And then we'll go ahead and say, we'll call this meta path. Here. We'll just do it like that. Okay. Reload scene. Okay, no errors. Good, good, good. Okay, so file access meta path. Open error, metadata, string, room position, else, create. Now let's go ahead and create new meta file. File name. Meta path equals file name. Now what do I do here? Yeah, meta path. We're gonna do this differently here too. We're gonna say rooms dir plus file name. That's the meta path. The file name that ends with JSON. Meta path equals replacing that. Okay. we'll say we'll do this is we'll do this meta file name. And we'll say let's see something here. Yeah, let's not do it that ways. Let's take that out. Meta file name. Now I'm just kind of messing things up here. Let's do something else. I think I did this before. File name, file name. Okay, var meta name equals. We're just gonna say it's blank to start with. Then we're gonna say meta name replace equals file name, replace JSON with meta. Okay, and then if file access, if file exists, rooms directory plus meta name. What did I? Okay. See from here. Control C. We'll do this. What's meta file? Okay, that was what we did there. Okay, create new. Okay, var meta file. All right, fine. Oh, meta path is not. Okay, yeah. Plus. Could have actually. I mean, I should have probably just. Might should have still had that var in there, but it's all right now. It's fine. Oh, let's do this. Meta name equals file name. Like that. So that if it reads... Let's see what happens there. So that way it still passes the meta file through there. Open for writing. If file doesn't exist, create it. Okay, let's see how that works. Reload save scene. Let's clear that out. Do this. Save it. Save button press. Save meta. Save. Room position saved. Okay, scene, reload, save scene. Reload. And that saves correctly. Good, good, good. And then let's go ahead and delete the meta files and let's see what it does now. We're going to clear this out and then we're just going to say save room metadata. And then it recreates them. And then reload save scene. And Bob's your uncle. Now, if I do this, if I delete it, do not do save, reload save scene, everything goes back to the middle. Which is what I expected. Now, if I move this and click save and reload save scene, it still works. So finally got that fixed. Not that it wasn't really working before, but it was doing kind of weird things, and I'd much rather have it to where it's doing like full expected behavior, which it wasn't doing. Okay, I know that isn't getting much done. I only have 3 minutes left, but at least I got one of my little bugs out of the way, and it was an actual like a real bug here. So, um, okay. So now let's do one more little test here. Save button. Save button, create, then save. Okay, so the meta files are here. If I hit the save button right now, save button pressed, save meta, save, room position saved, which is what it's supposed to be doing. Okay, and then when I delete it again, and scene, reload, save scene. No, I rerun, I save it. I rerun, create, then save, create meta file created successfully, save, position saved. Perfect. And then, like I said, if I delete the meta files again, reload save scene, which it did. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Now let's go. What's my next? Let me think of what my next thing is. My next thing is to actually save. We're gonna try to save the description when you change it. When you change the description, I want it to go through and save the data files. So this is on save button. Get children, file name. create new meta file. So the next thing that I want to do is we're going to create a new JSON file. In fact, it's probably redundant to do it every time, but every time the save button is pressed, it's going to go through all the loops and it's going to save in all of the okay. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to now we got save metadata for room, and then we want to, what do we want to do? We want to process metadata. Meta. We have a load. I probably want to do this separately. I'm going to ask Rock that too, just because it's a kind of general thing. Okay. Got it sorted. Another question. Should I handle saving room data and metadata separately? They both involve going through each of the child rooms, and then checking if the particular file is there, JSON or meta, and then saving if it's there. I'm wondering if it's better to handle them separate, or should I just do it in the save and create functions already? I do actually have separate, save metadata functions, so that's not exactly what I mean. Sort of what I mean, though. It's probably going to say separate them. So if I separate them, it's like some redundant code, but at the same time, it keeps it logically like separated. See, it already said that. I already knew what it was going to say, kind of. Okay, room data contains core room details, metadata for specific room positions, current workflow. Iterates through each room, checks for metafile, creates it if it's missing, saves the metadata. You're constantly adding room data, saving, updating JSON to this processor, handling it separately. Separate function for saving room data and metadata. Clarity, modularity, single responsibility, easier debug, flexibility. You might not always want to save both at the same time. For example, you might want to save metadata frequently after dragging rooms around the editor, but save room data less often. Separate buttons or triggers give you more control. Cons, duplication of logic. Both functions iterate over the room to check for file existence, leaving some duplicated code. You need to ensure both functions handle file names and pass consistently. implementation, add a new function to save room data and call it a separate from call it from a separate button or trigger. And I can actually combine existing save. Separate function, single trigger, atomic operation, cons, mixed responsibilities. Account overhead. Handle them separately. Okay. There's another thing. Well, actually, let me see here something here. I don't really want separate buttons because then if you want to do both, you have to save them both or make a save all button. So from that standpoint, they're both going to run when the user presses the button. However, I already have the separate functions for the metadata, so I could simply duplicate those, make it for the JSON files, and then call them in the same callback still, and from the same loop. Although they'd be two separate file accesses. In other words, I would call the code to save the regular data and then call the code to save the metadata. And I think that, I mean, it's still handling them separately, it's just not the button. Separate function, same callback. Yeah, that's actually kind of right. That's what I want. Okay. All right. When indentation is saved in a JSON file, is it a tab or is it by spaces? And is this purely visual, like when reading in a text editor? only indents if you provide the second argument. Well, it's white space agnostic outside string values, both are valid. Outer space are more common in JSON. They render it consistently across text editors. Tabs can vary in width. Many style guides recommend 2 or 4 space for indentation. Your choice. 4 space as long as this convention. And no effect on the data itself when parsed. Okay. Human readability, of course. Yep, text editor rendering, your current setup. Keep indentation if you want to change it. Yeah. Well, I'm considering rewriting the whole JSON file for a particular room as it loops through. Although, was actually thinking of rewriting the files each time save is pressed. It does this in the metadata anyways. So I think it's okay to do for the regular data. I don't have to worry about checking if something has changed, etc. And actually, it doesn't really matter because it's my system. This isn't, anybody can use it, but this isn't for bunches of other people. This isn't like a general like editor I'm making right now. Guess it's fine. Great. It's a perfectly valid approach for your project, given your setup. You run save room data. You've already added saved. It's okay. It's fine. Or rewrite an entire file. You don't need to check if anything's changed. Comparing description or doors, existing files simplifies your code significantly. No need for diffing logic, change tracking, or partial updates. Your rooms are relatively small, so JSON files are lightweight. Rewriting them is fast, straightforward. Consistency, performance, 93 rooms, safety, using file access right overwrites the file completely, ensuring that saved data always reflects the current state of the room. There's no risk of partial updates or data corruption from merging changes since you're replacing the entire file. No need for change detection. Save room data for room. Room file name string. JSON path. Saving room data to File access open for write. It's okay, var. Room date, room ID, room margin, description, doors, or door and doors, append. File store string, stringify. File close. File distance check. While this approach is fine, a few things to keep in mind. You're checking if the JSON file exists by calling create new room data. If it doesn't, save room data for room, create new room data file, saved. You don't strictly need create. Yeah, right. Okay. Meta file name, JSON file name. Sounds good, actually. And actually, it's doing the writing, so got 10 minutes. I know what always happens. I think I can just do this and then. Okay. So let's actually I'll actually copy its function. You know, I don't mind copying stuff, you know, to get stuff done. Wait a second. Okay. And I don't even have this as a here, let's just copy it. Oop. Okay. Save metadata for room. Okay. Room file name string. We are just going to try and use it. Okay. And actually, save room data. Okay. So on save button here, file name equals. Okay. So let's change this to meta name. Meta name equals. Actually, let's not do that. Instead, let's do this. File name equals room dot id plus dot json. Okay. Print here, and here we're going metadata. I don't care. It's probably super, redundant, but okay, file name equals. We don't need a file exist. All we need is the, yeah. So save room data for room, which is the room, comma, file name. Rooms plus file name. So save room. Do it like that, and delete that. Here we can actually, well, we can just leave it right there. Okay. So let's do something here. All I want to do here is, and I'll probably just change the button size and stuff when I get done here. Okay. I save room metadata. Save room. Couldn't open file for writing. That's right. That's what it said to do, didn't it? Where? Oh, script. File name. Okay. Let's do the same thing here. That. And actually, it doesn't really matter. This doesn't really matter. Save scene. Okay. So, here is the test. The test is, let's change this to Hubie. Right? Save it. Right? Okay. Save room data. Okay, now let's scene, reload, save scene, Hubert home, Hubie. So 002 Hubert home, let's see what 002 Hubert home looks like in the file. How does that look? Hubie is there, and it's saved, and okay, I see it. There is a, okay, so if I do this, and actually this is still how I want it. I want the description down at the bottom, but that's kind of okay because now I can modify it just a little bit. Cool. So now I should just quit right now, but I want to get this last little kind of thing here. Um, say room data for room. Okay, that's okay. Room data equals that. Oh, weird. I wonder how come it. Um, this is working, except one little issue, which is even though you have the order correct in function, which is ID parent label description. ID label parent description stores. Somehow the output file puts description on top. Any clue as to why this would show up that way? It's still rendering, but okay. Okay. Um, how how dictionaries are handled in Godot and Redot, and how stringify processes them. Dictionaries in Godot Redot are unordered before Godot 4.3. Um, historically, in Godot, prior to version 4.3, dictionaries did not preserve insertion order. When you created a dictionary, like the order of keys was not guaranteed when the dictionary is serialized. Internally, Godot used a hash table for dictionaries, and an iteration order of keys could be arbitrary, often influenced by hash values. Starting with 4.3, it's supposed to preserve insertion order, meaning the order in which you add keys to the dictionary should be the order in which they are iterated or serialized. Since Godot 4.3 is a fork, you should inherit this behavior. However, Redot, it's not, I'm real sure it's not Redot's problem. It's actually not that. Stringify function serializes, it iterates over the dictionary's keys, writes them in the order it encounters them. If the dictionary's internal order is not preserved or is sorted differently, the output JSON will reflect that reordered state. In your case, description field is appearing at the top, suggests that the dictionary keys are being reordered, possibly alphabetically. Description comes before doors, ID, label, parent, in alphabetical order. That's right. Okay. Alphabetical sorting. I'm not supposed to do this. Dictionary modification. To confirm what's happening, let's look at your save data function. Uh, it appears to be alphabetical. Description, doors. What we got? description, doors, ID, label, parent. Your dictionary, okay. See what I mean? Okay. I'll probably just have to copy that. Sorting, let's suggest this. Alphabetical sorting, not the expected behavior. Dictionary defined as manually construct the JSON string. We can't rely on stringify to preserve the insertion order. Manually construct the JSON string as we discussed previously. Ensure the fields appear in the exact order you want. ID, parent, label, description, doors, regardless of the Redot serialization behavior. You've already seen this approach in the previous response. The best way to guarantee the order, let's reapply it specifically to your case, ensuring the output matches. Okay, copy. Changes made, manual JSON construction. Yeah. Add a check for door string size to avoid an extra new line if doors array is empty, keeping the formatting clean. Okay. Testing. Apply the same reboot function. Okay, we'll try it. I don't really have to save it myself. Okay. We're just going to go ahead and paste it in. Paste. Control S. Okay. Invalid escape string. Landing page. Wait a second. Is that what you put in there? Why is it showing me landing page? Okay, let's try this again. Copy. Paste. Why is it showing landing page? Do a screenshot. Let's see, where's var door data? Uh, what? What is slash landing page? Incorrectly inserted in the middle of a string little. It looks like you're minute formatting issue, possibly from copy paste error and accidental inclusion of comment and related text. Oh, okay. Copy. Do it again. Paste. Okay, that's normal. And that's normal. Node save scene. Okay. UB. Save. Okay. 123. Okay. Non-existent function in base array. In base array. Oh, this line. It's probably just trying to concatenate all the strings. Yeah, it doesn't have a join method. Okay, so let's go back in here and let's see for a second. 2D. Wait a second now. So these are all still here, right? Yeah, everything's still here. Good. Okay. Scene. Error parsing. Luckily for me, 0, 1, 2, 4, 5. What? Alright. It's okay. I do have a copy of the rooms, don't I? Yes, I do. Put in tab. Python projects. New split. That's copy. Let's go ahead and go back to other. Paste. Place to all files. Replace. Okay, so the next thing here is, now that we got that done, I should be able to go back in here. And actually, here, let's go over here. Let's go down. Let's check all the meta files. Anything that says meta, let's delete it. Scene, reload, save scene. Okay, they're all here, right? Good, good. Oop. Okay. That's good. All right. Save room and metadata. Okay. Let's make sure everything in here is here, which it does look like it. 93 items, good. Hubert Home. Actually, that is looking good. Now, the question here is, let's go and let's modify and save it. Modify and save it. We'll select Hubert Home. We'll say Hubie. Okay. Save metadata. Okay. Save data. Reload. Save scene. Reload. Hubie. Okay. Let's open that up. And everything looks like it works. In fact, it loads. Okay. I would actually prefer this to be down, but I'll live with that. I'll live with that. Okay. Okay. And let's just do one final thing. I know it's supposed to be done already, but at least I got this done. This is working. It's working now. Let's go back to script. Let's go back to custom save. And instead of, where is it at? Let's make it 130. And then let's, where's the text? The text. Save room data. Save. Save scene. Scene. Project settings. Plugins. On. Close. Let's go to 2D. Save room data. And looks fine. Looks good, actually. Alrighty. Hey, great. Good going. Good going, me, and good going, Grok, and anybody who decided to watch or listen. Thanks a lot, guys. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and do my little end of day recording here. It'll just be a couple of minutes before I actually officially sign off. Okay, so here we go. Okay, today, Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. What I got done was very, very special here. That is, what was the first thing I did? I fixed something. There was some, let's see, what did I fix exactly? Editor map. Okay, so it was saving. It was saving the metadata fine, but it was running the wrong folders and stuff. Had to do with file names and stuff like that, and how I was handling them. And I finally got that sorted, so it actually looks like it's supposed to. And then the cool thing that I finally got working is now it saves the room data with the same button, but it saves the room data. So, oh yeah, and I modified this to where it updates in the it updates when I update it. So I can change this to Hubert. If you notice, it changes. So now I can add stuff. Of course, this still only shows a truncated version of the of what's in it, and I could probably well, I can't do that yet. I haven't did the thing for the label because I got to do a whole nother thing for that, a whole different thing because it's got to change file names and whatever. So it's got to completely like rewrite, change the file name and all that stuff. So, but now it saves the room data, and I'll be able to save names later, and then we'll add and remove buttons maybe, and hopefully hopefully I can get started working on the game sometime next. Well, I'll say sometime next week. This week I'm gonna get the rest of the save stuff working. So that's all I got done today, and we'll see what we can do tomorrow. And it's now, that's a 2-minute recording. Okay. Okay, so now I just want to say thanks to everybody that was in here, that's been watching and listening. And I'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you for watching.